Tell me how Phyllis magazine first met Melvin Keimach.
Well, Phyllis magazine and Jean Brooks were very good friends. From about the time we were in fourth grade. At some point, Jeannie and I became interested in young boys. And one of the heroes in Jeannie's life was her cousin, Mel. Boy, she talked about this guy, her cousin Mel. And the first time I met him was at Jeannie's house. I hung out in her house a lot. And she lived, are you ready?
Mm-hmm.
On Howland Street.
Goodness.
But the other end of Howland Street, near Humboldt Avenue. She also lived on Lundbeck Street, which was a block down, but I think most of our friendship that I recall, I think was on at the Howland Street address. And I met Mel there, and I thought he was the most egotistical, overbearing, conceited person I had ever met, and I just couldn't stand him. And I was duly unimpressed, or negatively impressed, I should say. I wasn't really unimpressed. I was impressed, but negatively so. Maybe I was 14. Maybe 15. I can't remember exactly. We are, by that time, in high school. Yeah, probably in high school. High school then went 10, 11, 12. It did not include 9th grade. So maybe I met him when I was still in junior high in 9th grade. In our junior year at high school, Jean's family moved to Brighton. That was at the time when the economic lot of people's lives had really made a major shift upward. And some people had really prospered through the war, phenomenally so. Some people moderately so. And some people just managed to stabilize. I don't think in Jeannie's case it was phenomenally so, but it was moderately so, and they moved out of Roxbury and went to Brighton on the Newton line. I want to tell you, that was impressive too. God. But she continued to commute to Roxbury Memorial High School because she didn't want to change schools in her senior year. Well, one of the things that she also wanted to do was have a party to celebrate with her friends for this new move, something like an open house for her friends. So she decided to have this big bang-up party. And I remember that we made a list of the people who we wanted to have at her party. As Jeannie and I were really inseparable. The relationship was very close, very intimate, almost, because I never had a sister, so I don't know what that would have been like. But, yeah, the feelings were that intense. And she said, and even though you don't like him, I'm inviting my cousin Mel because he's very tall, and Janet Zoll is very tall, and I don't know anybody else to invite who would be available for Janet. Otherwise, she's going to sit all by herself, and no one's going to ask her to dance because none of these other guys are going to dance with somebody who's, girl who's almost 6 feet tall. Oh, well, that sounded reasonable. Janet was a nice person, so what the heck. Although I remember thinking, do you have to invite Janet Zoll? And besides which, Mel had some other attributes in addition to his height. He had some nice boyfriends whom he would bring to the party. And there was always a short supply of nice boys to have at your party. An abundance of nice girls, but a short supply of nice boys.
Tell you, dates are ugly looking things, but boy, they taste good.
Only some dates taste good.
They are so ugly.
Yes, they are.
Here, go ahead, sorry.
Well, by this time, my mother was recovered from that long bout of something like maybe 3 years, which I had been nursing her. And she wanted somehow to make it up to me for all the things that I missed in those 3 years. And one of the things that she thought would somehow show that and provide me with something that I really liked was clothes. Well, I have to tell you, I probably had, at the point, was acquiring the most wonderful wardrobe. And for this party in Brighton on the Newton line, this Roxbury girl was going to go looking like she lived in Newton on the Brighton line. And so my mother and I went shopping, and we bought me my first black dress and my first black high heel shoes and my first and only fur trimmed coat.
Must have been a fortune.
A fortune. A fortune. And I went to that party. Oh, just smashing. And at that time, for all you non-believers, I was a size 9. And I had myself an incredibly wonderful time at the party. And spent the whole evening with Mel Keimach. We just hit it off. And the next day, Jeannie was furious. Absolutely furious.
Why?
Because Mel Keimach was meant to be there for Janet Zoll, and how was it that the shortest person at the party took the tallest fellow and left the tallest girl at the party with nobody?
Or the shortest man who was supposed to be with you.
She didn't care about the shortest man, whoever that was. Oh, she was so angry about that. Plus the fact that I think she had a crush on Mel anyway. And that started a romance.
Then what happened?
Well,
Did you ever ask him out, or did he ask you out?
oh no, he asked me out, and we dated. And I'm trying to think when we dated a long time.
What was a typical date? Okay, continuing.
The depression weighed very heavily. It was a difficult, very difficult time for my parents.
Where is this now?
Howland Street, the first place we lived in as a family without sharing somebody else's space.
You remember what number Howland?
I don't. That's why I pointed out it was near the Warren Street side. I have no idea how it was we managed to get what few furnishings we had. But as I recall, my father did not work regularly. I don't think I was of school age yet, but my brothers were, and they went to Boston Latin School.
That was an elementary school?
No, that was a high school.
They were that much older.
Yes. Almost the same spread as between Andy and you and Andy and Lee.
I see.
Not quite the same, but very
Mhm.
similar.
Mm-hmm.
My brothers were only 18 months apart, and I think that put us span between me and them was maybe 8 and 9.5 years, or 8.5 and 10 years,
Mm-hmm.
something of that sort. And I can remember that they walked to and from Boston Latin School from Howland and Warren Street because the nickel car fare was too costly for them to travel by streetcar.
This is around 1932, 33?
No, that had to be, well, let me see. If they graduated 37, yeah, probably 33, 34,
Mm-hmm.
yeah, somewhere around there, because I think they graduated one graduated, what was 37, 38, 39, I'm not sure, and I think somewhere in one of the many storage boxes downstairs I may have a Boston Latin School yearbook.
Yes, I've seen it. A long time ago.
Yeah.
I see.
That was the first time I have a recall of great emotional stress between my parents and my mother acting out in very frightening ways.
What was the pressure on her?
I think the economic devastation, the toll of that was just enormous. In Chicago, my father had prospered before the
Depression.
before the Depression hit, and he had built her dream house, which was a yellow brick house, and I guess it was furnished with all the things that they wanted it to be furnished with. And the American dream had come true for them. And just as quickly, they lost it all. In fact, even quicker. They probably didn't have that dream as reality for very long.
But in 1933, 34, your parents were about my age.
See, they came around 1915.
And they met in this country.
They met in this country, in Chicago. So the Depression came in 29. That was the crash. And I would guess by 30 or 31, maybe 30. I don't know how soon it was after the official crash of the stock market that all of that filtered down and they were wiped out. the loss of that was never, ever recouped.
And now,
And-
how old were your parents?
Let's say my mother, let's say she was, guessing, 16 in 1915.
And your father?
About 18.
How old were they when they were married?
I think my mother must have been around 18 or 19.
Why? How did they meet?
In the neighborhood, wherever that Jewish neighborhood was. They met. I have no idea about what their courtship was like. Willie was in Chicago at that time.
Oh.
Willie was. And I think Willie and my father were working together as carpenters. My mother was there with her oldest sister.
Named?
Hannah. How, whatever that social pattern was in that area, my sense is that the matchmaking skills and expectations that they grew up with in Europe, was brought with all of these people, and so whenever anybody saw, a young woman who was unattached and a young man who was unattached, why don't you two get together,
Mm-hmm.
or created a situation,
I see.
where something would occur. And clearly these people who came in from the old country wanted to establish themselves as family units, so that there was, I think, a real drive to partner
Mm-hmm.
and create your own family.
So it's possible, if not probable, that they may never have been in love.
My mother told me, I'm going to say tells, my mother told me that she dearly loved my father.
Did she use it in the past tense?
Yes. But she said it with such feeling that I really believed it, and I still do when I play that tape back.
From what I remember, she always spoke with great feeling.
And we know the apple doesn't fall far from the tree. Yes.
Did your father ever speak of it? Of
No,
their relationship, or the early times, or?
never.
Did your mother speak to you about that on your questioning?
My mother was in some way a storyteller, and she told me a lot, clearly not enough, about parts of her life those parts that she wanted me to know about, that she
Mhm.
thought were important for me to know about. And I think the prettier parts of her life. Um, some of the struggle, but not very much. And I think now somehow wanting to be really an American, that was sort of trivial and not important to me then. And I didn't accept it with as much interest or value or curiosity as I know now. I could have.
Did she still want to be American after the Depression, after what the Depression had done to
Oh,
her dream?
yes. Oh, absolutely.
Because earlier I was thinking of asking you about your mother. Do you think that she ever thought it was a mistake that she left Russia,
Never,
no matter what happened?
no matter what happened. Never.
Did she ever speak of her days in Russia, her youth?
Only in glowing terms about this wonderful man who was her father.
What was so wonderful about him to her?
She saw him as loving and intelligent and warm and gentle.
She left him there.
Yes. And I'm not sure what the appropriate verb is, whether he sent her or she left him, or this movement, this mass migration movement,
Just swept them up.
was part of the lives of those people, because that's the need for freedom and economic prosperity was really how it is you provide for your children.
Because if she was 15 when she left Russia,
Mhm.
her parents couldn't have been much past 35.
Well, not necessarily so. It's my understanding that her mother, of whom she rarely spoke,
Hmm.
and for whom I am named,
Hmm.
was her father's second wife.
Oh.
I have no idea what happened to her father's first wife, if there were any children by that union.
Well, it would have had to have been her.
No, by the first wife. I don't know whether there were any children by the union between her father and his first
Oh,
wife.
I see. So you're sure that your mother was the child of the second wife?
As are or were all of her siblings
Oh,
that
I
I
see.
knew.
I see. Well, this adds something very interesting.
Now, she didn't speak much of her mother, but there was my sense is that she liked her, if not loved her, admired her, took her name when she came into this country. Her mother's maiden name is the name my mother took.
Which was?
Reichman, which is Richman. And she came into this country, the only one of her siblings who chose that name.
Wait a second. Reichman is German. How did a German name end up in Russia?
Reich is is rich in Yiddish as well.
Yeah, but that's just from the German. It's not from the Hebrew. Yiddish is a combination of German and
Yes.
Hebrew.
Well, what can I tell you? Rachman was her name, and it was translated when she said that there at Ellis Island as Richmond. And she was Becky Richmond till she became Becky Magazine.
Oh. And so she came here without her parents.
Right.
Your father came here with his father.
You don't know whether he came with his father or
But
his father
ended up
came
here.
first,
I see.
and then he came.
Okay. So let's move.
Can we stay there for 1 minute?
Sure.
And so that I can tell you what the other family name is. My mother's father's name and her siblings' last name
Yes.
was Nispolsky.
Hold on a second. Your mother's father's name
Mm-hmm.
is Nispolsky.
Mm-hmm.
And Becky's siblings took that as
That was their name. She was Becky Nispolsky too.
But she didn't take that.
When she hit Ellis Island, I guess she must have heard rumors about what they do to names. And somehow, in her head, she rationalized that that wasn't anything that either she or they were going to be able to handle.
Nispolsky.
Right.
How is it spelled at Ellis Island?
Well, I can only tell you how I spelled it. In all the years that I wrote to my Uncle Morris, my mother's youngest sibling,
Mm-hmm.
it was Nispolski. So there was Anna Nispolsky and Toby Nispolsky and Morris Nispolsky and their sister Becky Richmond.
I see. So there were 4 in that family. 4 children. Anna.
The oldest.
Where did she live?
Chicago.
And who were her children?
Her children are Sam.
Which Sam?
Well, she married, Anna married Jacob Pershitz. And they had Sam, Paul, and Bernard. Bernard is the
These were
youngest.
your cousins, your first cousins.
My first cousins, and he's the aeronautical wizard. We ever tell you about him?
No.
No, he's an aeronautical wizard. And they all now live in California.
I see.
They grew up, were raised, and born and raised in Milwaukee, which is not very far from Chicago. It's like an hour and a half train ride from Chicago.
That was Anna's children.
Yeah, those are Anna's children, right?
Now, who was next in line after Anna?
Toby.
Is that Auntie Toby from California?
That's Auntie Toby from California, right?
And who were her children?
She has one.
Who did she marry?
She married Boris Poland. An absolutely elegant, intellectual, communist bastard.
Oh my. Why a bastard?
For all his communist-leaning politics, they were not the share and share alike communist politics. They were the dictatorial, authoritarian approach to dealing with people, including Toby, whom he from time to time left tips for on the table after a meal.
Oh my God.
While he could charm the socks off your feet and the teeth out of your mouth with his intelligence and his style and his physical presence.
Jeez. Their children?
They have, they divorced eventually.
He didn't tip enough.
That's true. And I think it was not her doing, although she was miserable with him. They had one son whose name is Engels, Engels, Poland. And who I recall being a monster of a kid, absolutely, totally uncivilized, and who his mother insists I brutalized one time in a fight. She remembers how I heard him in a fight, which is really pretty funny. Actually, she was right, I did. He never went after me again. The one weapon I could use, because I was really not a very physical person, and when somebody reached out to hit me, I would always go for the hands.
Bend back the fingers.
And bend back the fingers. And I must say, it's a very effective response.
So who was next after Toby?
And then there was Uncle Morris, who was a hunchback. Almost
from
a
birth?
midget. I don't know. Almost a midget. Absolutely the sweetest, dearest man. He was a watchmaker. Also had communist political leanings. Very interesting, fairly well read, quite articulate, and dear and sweet. I remember him very fondly.
Did he get married? Did he ever marry?
He never married. And he did. I have pictures somewhere of a woman that he. I think it was really more than dated. They really had, I think, a long-term relationship, but they never married.
Before we leave, go too far. Toby remarried.
No. Oh, not
Toby.
Yes, Toby. Yes, you're right. Toby did remarry.
Another Sam.
Sam Kosakoff.
There's so many Sams in your
A
family.
big name. Yes.
Gee whiz.
Yes. Samuel Kosakoff.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Now after Morris, the hunchback, came Becky.
No, Morris was the youngest. There was Anna, Becky, Toby, Morris.
I see. Are any of them still alive?
Toby.
Toby still is.
Toby still is.
In California.
In California. And Encino? No. Escondido. And she's, in her young days, she was a ringer for my mother physically. And when I was somewhere between 9 and 12, I would find myself looking at her and calling her Ma.
Oh my. Okay. Let's go back to Holland. Howland
Street.
And you mentioned that at this point the depression had
Was still taking its toll.
taken its toll, had destroyed your parents' dreams. At this time, were they still terribly unhappy?
Yes.
Did they ever recover?
No. Not really. Their relationship was sad, rarely happy. Often bitter, with expressions of that would be termed today verbal abuse. And
mutual or just one?
Mutual, but heavier coming from my mother. And she also did violence to herself.
In this period of time?
Yeah. It was a child that was frightening to see. And I can remember I can remember her screaming, totally out of control, and pulling her own hair and banging her head against the wall.
Why?
She was out of control. For whatever reasons, that she was angry, presumably angry at my father. As I've gotten older and wiser, I'm aware that probably all of that was self-hatred in some way coming out. This was I think my mother had the capacity that for being a wonderfully intelligent, sensitive woman who somehow was never able to fulfill herself. I don't know where all of that got aborted, but her disappointment and her sadnesses were clearly all internalized, and she was probably overall one of the unhappiest people. Maybe the unhappiest person I've ever seen. And having said that, she's probably gifted me with more wonderful things. She was absolutely marvelous. So much of what we share together are absolute treasures. Moments, days, experiences, values, sensitivities. They're all from her garden. The best things that I like about me, I inherited from her. The horrendous burden that she was for so many years to me, and that I resented for so many years, I really balanced out by the richness of those gifts from her.
Can you give me some examples? Or values, or special times?
Okay. As an elementary school child, I lived within walking distance of the school, easy walking distance, and elementary school then had 2 sessions, and all students went home for lunch, which was really neat in good weather times, and there were always candy stores on the way going and coming, and you'd go home and have lunch and have time to play and stop in the candy store on the way back and all that. In the spring, on really splendid days when the sun was out and the air was balmy, she would meet me at a park that was halfway between school and home with the most wonderful picnic lunches. No one else ever had lunch like that. There was never any other kid there in the park.
What was for lunch?
Oh, they were plain, and as I think back now, probably very, very Jewish. Tuna salad was something that she didn't know about. Mayonnaise was definitely a non-Jewish item in our house, and so was tuna fish. Salmon was Jewish, so tuna fish was not. Whether it was, and no such thing as chicken salad. It was chicken, pieces of chicken. or hard-boiled eggs and vegetables and fruit and some kind of good bread. In those days, shops, little stores along the way on this Humboldt Avenue area. I mean, there were fruit stores and bakeries and all kinds of food stores. It was before the advent of the supermarket. There were no supermarkets. There were only little neighborhood stores. And they were all specialty stores. So chances are there would be, a fresh roll or slices of fresh bread from the bakery. And eggs and salmon and chicken and fruit and things of that sort. Piece of halva.
Mm.
That memory is just incredible. A memory in Baltimore that's just a jewel. Remember one night, actually there were many nights, that I didn't want my mother and father to go out and not take me. And I kicked up a storm. And this one particular night, I remember my mother saying, Rosalie, that, I behaved myself while my brothers were taking care of me. She would bring me back a present. No, that was bribe enough for me. Especially because I told her what I wanted, which was a watering can
for
the flowers in the backyard. And she did. She brought me back a watering can. And I woke up ahead of everybody else to make, see that it was there, and it was. And boy, I went out of that house at daybreak with that watering can into the backyard, and she knew exactly where I was. When she got up and she went, Phyllis wasn't in her bed, and she walked right out into the back, and there I was, playing with my watering can and watering the flowers.
This is in Chicago.
In Baltimore.
In Baltimore.
That big house.
Yes, up on the hill.
Well, it wasn't really a hill.
You had to go many steps, I remember.
Yes, but it wasn't on a slope.
Mm-hmm.
With steps and then level.
I see.
Along about this time, this was summer. I remember summer in Baltimore. I don't remember another season. So it may have been that we were there a spring and a summer and moved in the fall.
Where would your parents go when they went out?
Probably to Willie's or to some other friends. I mean, they wouldn't go to a movie, and they wouldn't go shopping.
Wouldn't go dancing?
And they wouldn't go dancing.
Sure.
It would be visiting. It would be to visit someone.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, I want to recount to you this memory of things, sweet things, wonderful things my mother gave to me. I remember her talking to the milkman a lot. I found out later it was to tell him that she didn't have money to pay for the milk bill, and he would leave milk anyway. And I remember one evening when all of us were sitting out in the backyard on the back steps. There were only 2 or 3 back steps. We had had supper, whatever that was, and it was a lovely summer night, and we went out in the backyard. My mother, my father, I, and Ben and Sam. And we were just sitting on the back steps and talking and maybe playing around on the grass a little bit, but mostly sitting on the steps until it got dark and the stars came out, and then we sat a little bit longer. And I don't remember specific conversation, but it was just lovely. We did that a lot on summer nights in that house. And at some time, my parents said, well, okay, it's time to go to bed, and we'd go in and we'd go to bed.
Was your mother and father, were they sitting with you?
Yes. It wasn't until years and years and years later, when I recalled those times, that my mother told me that was her way of handling the fact that there was no electricity in the house and we couldn't put the lights on. There was no electricity, not because there was no electricity, but we couldn't afford to pay for electricity. And it didn't occur to me that when we went back into the house we didn't turn any lights on.
How'd you find your way around?
We just did. We just managed somehow to go to bed in the dark and wake up in the light. And I never knew that it was supposed to be any different. So I'm thinking we didn't stay in, as I talk now, we didn't stay there very long. It was probably a spring and a summer.
When you sat out on the step, what did you talk about? Or was there much conversation?
There was. It was, I recall, I don't know whether it was just fun children's type conversation.
Between children or with your parents?
With, among all of us.
Mm-hmm.
And
your father participated?
I'm not sure that he participated in the talk, but he was present,
Mm-hmm.
physically present. And I recall those evenings with some really warm, tender.
Oh, they sound so delightful.
And I don't know whether it was because of my age that I wasn't aware of what was going on, or whether my mother was so terribly careful about not weighing us down with the problems. I can remember all of those times thinking, this is how it is.
It's true, because you never know what you don't have. You only know what you have
Yeah.
lost.
Yeah. And so she knew both. I only knew what we had, which seemed to me to be just wonderful. And she was a wonderful seamstress, so she made a lot of my clothes. And I was always dressed beautifully. She made sure of that. That was important for her. Oh, I knew I always looked special because I had these wonderful things that she made for me. I remember as a pre-adolescent listening to, well, in those times, there was no television.
Mm-hmm.
We had already advanced to the motor car, Brad, but there was still no television. Right? Covered wagon was gone, but no television. That was one of your and Lee's questions, about the car and the station wagon. not the station wagon. What do I mean? The horse-drawn carriages.
Mm-hmm.
You mean you didn't have an automobile? Did you drive? You know, how did you get around?
Why did I ask that?
When you were a kid and I
Oh.
wasn't, you know, we never had a car. Oh, rode around in horses, covered wagons. One of the family entertainment at home was radio. And in the evening, families would sit around and listen to radio the way families do now with television. And in the morning and during the day, there were soap operas on radio. And there were 2 on in the morning that my mother and I liked to listen to together. One had, no, I guess there was just one. It was called Portia Faces Life. It was really interesting. She was a lawyer. This was a woman lawyer.
Oh my.
That was a biggie. And we listened to that every morning before I went off to school together. In the afternoon, there were 2 others that we would listen to together. One was Joyce Jordan, M.D.
I don't believe it.
And the other one was called The Guiding Light. The Guiding Light was a family situation that was really cut above some of the other family-oriented stuff. And every Good Friday, imagine how many years this was, every Good Friday on this program called The Guiding Light, which was not a religious program, it was a soap opera. They did a service. The family went to the church. They did the service on the crucifixion of Christ. Okay? And they did, the only thing that I remember was somebody repeating, you know, forgive them, Father, but they do not, forgive them, Father, for they do not know what they do, or something, whatever his words were, every year. I mean, that was a highlight. We would sit there and listen, and my mother would extol the virtues of Christ as a man, not as the Lord, but as a human being.
Oh, goodness. What did she say?
All the things that he stood for, which you know, the teaching and the caring and the loving and you know, all of those wonderful principles. And what a good and wonderful man he was. And that it was to cry that a man like that was killed. And we did. Every Good Friday. Now this was some extraordinary woman. Really uneducated, not able to read well in English. She could handle the newspaper. She could handle Reader's Digest. but not easily. She loved, as I do, anything that resembled debate and discussion and things of that sort. Ideas. She wasn't always able to handle it with people who were skilled with, in English, who were able to do that. But she handled pretty well with me, and we often talked about the struggle the struggle between the haves and the have-nots, and the injustices and things of that sort, and how important it is to care about others and to do what you can do to bring about some kind of change. That honor and decency and honesty and courtesy and kindness and all those were priceless. Taking me, including me in, I guess much like, as I'm speaking now, Daddy and I did with Andy in what otherwise might have been adults-only entertainment, because there was such space between, time space between the older and the youngest. It wasn't easy to leave the youngest, and so I got included in a lot of stuff as well, like Jewish theater and concerts and kinds of entertainment that not a lot of my peers ever experienced, particularly from that economic background. And my father was not at all a part of that kind of initiative in his parenting. He was really the provider, and I'm speculating now that a lot of their conflict came about because of the fact that he wasn't always able to do that. And that was what he was supposed to do. And by the time he was able to do that well, the relationship just had eroded. She always loved classical music. And we listened to the Metropolitan Opera on Saturday afternoons together for years and years. Years and years and years. And that was her discovery that it was on, not mine. And she took me the few times that I went to Symphony Hall as a child was because she wanted to to go and hear and see.
Hmm.
The only one I remember, there weren't too many, there may be 3 or 4 times that we went. The only one I remember was seeing Lily Pons.
Whose records
Yeah,
you have?
yeah. Um, um, my mother really believed her children, all of us, were special and extraordinary and wonderful, period. I think she was disappointed in some of the things we chose not to do. And
What did you choose not to do that she would have liked?
chose not to go to Hebrew school. Chose not to take dancing lessons. Chose to give up taking violin lessons. She was clearly interested in that kind of thing. She wanted me to do take elocution lessons. All of the things that I wish the hell now I had done. Wanted to teach me how to sew. Didn't want that either. She was ready to give me more. And much of what she wanted to give me, I refused, rejected. And with all of that, I treasure all the things that she did give me that I took willingly, and some that I probably didn't even know I was taking, but now value.
Your father. Tell me.
My father was very much more comfortable with young children than he was with children in the family as they got older. I think he was not terribly intelligent, very skilled at his craft.
Carpentry.
Carpentry. He's highly skilled at his craft. Not really verbal. Quite nice looking. When I was little, I remember he knew how to play with children, and that included me as well. He was less comfortable and really didn't know how to handle relationships with teenagers and older comfortably. Much of my feelings, many of my feelings around my father are sort of referred over from the relationship between my mother and my father. And I just, in the last few years, beginning to try to separate those impressions of my father and how he was as husband to my mother and how he was as father to totally grown adult children. In many ways, he was terribly negative with his adult family. He had a tendency to want to criticize if I can remember, if we got a cold, it was always because we did something we shouldn't have done. There was never any sympathy for how uncomfortable you might have been feeling when you had the cold. So you brought it on yourself, now you're stuck with it.
Did he ever get a cold?
Sure. And he went to work, and it didn't matter. He was highly respected and fondly thought of by his peers at work. He had some very strong relationships outside of the family situation. It was my observation over a long period of time that he was instinctively much more generous to people he worked with than he was to his wife. He was always generous to his children and his grandchildren. I mean, there was no end to that. But there were definite limits to the generosity toward his wife. And that, I guess, was his way of acting out his anger and his hostility in the relationship. I do have, however, some very pleasant memories of Sunday morning jumping into their bed as a child and horsing around with them. And that was great, good fun. And as it was the custom for a lot of men, Jewish men, of that, I guess, economic level, Sunday morning was the morning of getting duded out in your finery and going to the corner. And that was where the men exchanged information on work, where it was good and where it wasn't, who it was good to work for, who it wasn't good to work for, what new jobs were available, what was closing down, and settling the world's issues politically. The only corner I really remember was, in fact, turned out, well, it was, in a way, it was a corner. It was a place called the G&G, which was a huge delicatessen in Dorchester on Blue Hill Avenue near Morton Street. And that was the hub of the social, political, business activity of the Jews of Boston. You still now hear politicians talking about the G&G as the place where they would go to campaign.
Oh, it still exists.
Not anymore. It doesn't now. It used to, where politicians used to go in the days when Blue Hill Avenue from end to end was Jewish. It went, from Rock Street to Dorchester to Mattapan, with the G&G being a little bit more than halfway in between, but that was the central point. And men would meet there every Sunday morning. It was really, I guess, a lower economic class version of the sort of a verbal stock market. And that was a biggie. And that's how men socialized, apart from their families. Occasionally you would find some fair number of single or widowed women, you see, who hung out there too, looking for the single widower. That was the place to go if you were a middle-aged person looking for a companion or a husband. And it was wonderful. It was alive. It was extraordinary. Just extraordinary. The whole length of Blue Hill Avenue. And it's a heartbreaker now to ride down through that area and see the devastation. It's just incredible. But it was wonderful. And for a long period of time. And people prospered and
How far away from Blue Hill Avenue was your home? Within walking distance?
Which home?
Howland.
Oh, Howland was near there, but you see, Howland was the first place that we had after coming to Boston. We hadn't really achieved the economic stability that would allow this kind of socializing that I just described. If my father went to the corner then, it was really out of need to get, where can I get a job?
Mm-hmm.
Who needs to hire on a carpenter kind of thing. And I guess the dressing up part, I think might have been to show I'm doing okay. I need a little bit more. Or if you couldn't, that would be a sign that you weren't doing so okay and you needed, to have some more networking. That really was networking, is what it was.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
I mean, this whole phenomena is not new.
Right. Was your father, did he ever recover financial stability after the Depression?
Yeah, at some point, by the time World War II came around, in fact, it was World War II that created financial stability for just about everybody.
Mm-hmm.
And it was around then that he went to work for Cantor Construction Company, for whom he worked until the time he retired. And he was the foreman on the original expansion of the shoe manufacturing company that has since gone worldwide. I mean, it was small and growing, and that was the Green Shoe Manufacturing Company, which makes Stride Right shoes.
Mm-hmm.
You remember Stride Right shoes?
Oh boy.
And so he knew the original Schlossbergs who owned that company. And I think the Cantors were at our wedding. Cantor Construction Company owned it. And he did. He but not enough, evidently, or he wasn't willing to risk buying another house.
He really got burned that first time, didn't he?
I guess.
Did he ever think it was a mistake to come to this country?
I don't think so. I don't think so.
Was he religious?
Only in a fraternal sort of a way.
Did he believe in God?
At the bottom line, I'd have to say yes, because the night he had his first heart attack, he screamed out to God to help him. So I guess when all else failed, that was it. Yeah.
Did your mother believe in God?
I think so.
Selectively?
I'm not so sure it was selective. I think there were times when she was angry with God. Yes, I think she believed in God, but she didn't have this, whatever you do is okay, God. I think, I don't like some of the things you're doing, God.
Okay, today is December 23rd. We're continuing recording with Dolby B in. Mom, what do you remember of the war, World War II, and its effect on your family?
I remember where I was when the news of Pearl Harbor was broadcast.
And where were you?
We were living on Holworthy Street, 83 Holworthy Street. It was Sunday. It was late afternoon when we heard it on the radio. I was playing some kind of either a card game or a board game, I think a card game, with my brother Sam. I think both Ben and Sam and their families were visiting that Sunday. Come to think of it, I'm not even sure they had families then. 42. Either there was a baby or a baby was on the way. I'm not sure. And the news of Pearl Harbor was broadcast, and it was terrifying. Somehow not knowing what would happen next, whether there would be planes overhead or there would be soldiers in the streets, all of those thoughts and, many more. We're speculating about. The next day, when I took off for school, I remember my mother leaning out the window and watching me as far as she could see out the street as I was walking to school, to make sure that there were no enemy planes overhead that were going to either bomb or somehow strike at the children walking. And she was in the same position when I came home from school. I remember at that point, then the warnings about keeping shades down, darkened window shades, so that any planes overhead would not be able to be guided by lights coming out of windows. How it impacted on the family is incredible. Of course, the draft called on many families to give up their sons, and mine was no exception. I'm not sure which one of them went first, but it was in very close order, just a couple of months apart. Ben and Sam were drafted and called up. I remember the going away party at our house, I think for Sam, but again, I'm not sure. And there seemed to be some excitement and lots of good cheer, of course, and well wishes, and in retrospect, probably some romanticized feelings about being a soldier, whatever that meant. And as soon as everyone was gone, my mother became hysterical. And that was the beginning of what I look back on now as a chronic emotional illness that plagued my mother for 35 or 40 years. She had a nervous breakdown, and let's see, that was 41, I was born in 29, I was 12 years old. My mother and I traded places. I took care of her as best I could. I think it was the following Passover. Somehow I remember that party as being in January or February.
The going away party?
The going away party. And at the morning of the first night of Passover, my mother seemed to be sleeping very late, which was most unusual because preparations for Passover were always a big matter, big concern. And while she certainly had shown all kinds of signs of having not been able to put herself together really well after Ben and Sam left for the service, she was fairly functional. But we didn't do our usual night before cleaning the pantry and koshering the pots and pans and scrubbing the floor and doing all the things that we had traditionally done. And I went into her several times to shake her, to wake her up, and she wouldn't wake up. And so I began the Passover preparations as best I could in the kitchen and kept running back and forth between her room and the kitchen. And it became really obvious by about noontime that there was a serious matter afoot, which turned out to be that she had OD'd on something. I never knew what. And that began a series of hospitalizations that lasted, probably about 3 years. In and out of hospitals, a trip to Milwaukee, maybe that would perk her up to be with her sister.
Which sister?
Anna. And Toby at that time lived in Chicago, so that it was just a matter of an hour and a half trip for the three of them to be together. The sisters coming to each other's support was a wonderful pattern in their lives. Years before, when Tante Hannah, Anna, had required eye surgery, which kept her in bed for several weeks, my mother and I had traveled to Milwaukee to stay with her and to take care of her family and keep her home running. And the Milwaukee group had come to Boston twice to be with us for celebration both when Sam and Ben were married. And they came with full family, traveling by car, with 3 young boys. And so the distance didn't diminish the devotion and support of my mother's family. But my traveling with her to Milwaukee really didn't do anything much for her. I think I was forced into an adult role, which I somehow managed well. It wasn't until a very long time later that I realized I never had an adolescence. And I guess only in recent years have I begun to engage in the forgiving process around that. She was the victim of a lot of ignorance and physical abuse in the course of the treatment that was being administered in those days for depression. Some of it I was witness to, others of it she related. it wasn't, I think, until I was somewhere close to 16 that she pulled out of it.
What kind of things were done?
To her. In one hospital, the beds in the room in which she slept were very high off the floor. I don't know why, but that was the style of bed. And one of the times I came to visit her and chose to go to the bedroom instead of stay in the waiting room till they brought her down. I got there in time to see the attendant. I don't know whether she was a nurse or not. Really angrily telling her to move faster to get out of bed. And I don't know whether she wanted to or didn't want to get out of bed, but she was moving slowly. And to facilitate her exit from the bed, the nurse pushed her off onto the floor. Now, at the time, she probably didn't weigh very much more than 100 pounds. And she was tiny. And she was frail. And she was sick. And of course, there's no way I have of knowing whether that was an exception or a regular happening. But we didn't let her stay there very much longer. And at this point, I'm not sure what places we took her in and out of, except that from time to time we would bring her home in hopes that the home period would initiate some feeling of wellness for her that we could all build on. And it didn't happen for about 3 years. And there were times when she was in the hospital or a time when she was in one of the hospitals, maybe that one that I've just described, which was in Brookline, private hospital. I stayed with Ben Lieberman and his family. He, the son of the aunt and uncle that we all stayed with when we came up from Baltimore to Boston. Ben Lieberman at that time was married to one of the most wonderful women I've ever known, Frances Morgan. And they had a lovely little girl by the name of Lana. And they took me in and cared for me and loved me as though I were a regular member of the family. Sometime later was the trip to Milwaukee, where I escorted my mother and cared for her, and that didn't work either. And at that point, I withdrew from school in my junior year in high school. I left school for 3 months. because I couldn't handle both school and taking care of her. Fortunately, there were no academic penalties to pay for that, and I picked up when I re-entered.
You ended up graduating first in your class?
I don't think I was academically first in my class because I went through in a commercial course, but I split the highest award of the class with another student. We were given dual awards. No, let me change that. Alice Benson received the gold laurel. The laurel was the symbol of the high school. And I received the silver laurel. We both were commercial course students. We both had academically excelled, but I don't think there was class ranking done at the time. And there was some misgiving on the part of a lot of the college course staff and students, as there still is today, about the value of that kind of learning education as compared to college preparatory courses. Nevertheless, we were good students, very active in high school activities, and it was explained to me by one teacher that there was some reluctance to give me the gold laurel along with Anna, 2 gold laurels, because I was Jewish and anti-Semitism was still a factor, and so the compromise would be that there would be a gold laurel and a silver laurel.
What year was that?
I graduated in 46. Of course, by that time the war was over. My brothers were home. My mother had recovered. And going back some, Ben was wounded in the leg, I think in Italy. One of the exciting events that happened to Ben, and as a result gave us something to, I guess, to crow about, because it was so extraordinary at the time, was that he, along with I think a large contingent of American soldiers, had an audience with the Pope.
Who was the Pope then?
I think Pope Pius XII. And that was written up in the local paper about the Boston Jewish soldier who had an audience with the Pope.
While we're on the subject, can we talk about your brothers?
Oh, forever.
Who was the older?
Ben.
And your first memories of Ben? When was he born, actually?
Okay, I'm going to have to do a little arithmetic here. He was, help me with the arithmetic,
Okay.
a wizard. Okay. Going back to when he died, he was 33 when he died in August of 52.
So a year and some before I was born.
Okay.
Is that correct?
Yeah, I gauge it more by how old Lee was when he died.
He was
Lee had
2.
turned 2 in May. Ben died August 11th following that.
In 52. So he was born in 1919.
Okay.
And you were born in 29, so he was 10 years older.
10 years older, right.
So your first memories?
My first memories of Ben, and they were... I remember 2 boy people in Baltimore. I don't remember what they looked like. But I remember 2 boy people in my house, and with whom I had a good deal of, interaction. He and Sam begin to take on real faces for me on Howland Street.
Sam was born when?
18 months after that.
Oh.
In May. That made 18 months after Ben. Ben was born in
21.
November.
Uh-huh.
I think Sam's birthday was May 19th. Ben's was November. I think maybe November 21st.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think maybe November 21.
So when you had clear-cut memories of that,
The memories really become defined with them on Townsend Street and Holworthy Street. We moved a lot. I guess Holworthy Street was the place I lived the longest. Pre-adolescence to the time I got married.
mm-hmm.
Before that, there were lots of moves. There was Howland Street first. Then there was Intervale Street.
What number?
I don't remember the number, but coincidentally it turns out to be 2 doors away from where Daddy lived when I started dating him.
Oh my.
We didn't stay there very long, and I think from there we moved to Townsend Street. And I was in elementary school, I think the first, second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth. Fourth and fifth grade. maybe the 6th, no, 4th grade, and then 4th grade, right, on Townsend Street. And then things seemed to improve economically enough for my parents to think about moving into a better area, moving out of Roxbury. And they found the most beautiful apartment in Dorchester at 37 Algonquin Street. 36 Algonquin Street. We didn't have much furniture to put in it, but boy, was that a gorgeous apartment. And I went to 5th grade. From there, I've forgotten the name of that school I went to the 5th grade in. And that was where I lived when I had my first experience as the victim of anti-Semitic name-calling. Never was really prepared for it, but there it was, by the kid who lived in the house in back of us. And that was, I think, sufficiently uncomfortable for my parents to say, we need to go back where there are more Jews. That particular area was mostly inhabited by non-Jews. And we stayed there about a year, I think, maybe a little bit more, and moved to Hallworthy Street. And we lived on Hallworthy Street from, I think it was 6th grade through the time I was married. As I lived there. My parents lived there after that for a while.
So that's where you have your strongest memories of Sam and Ben.
Yeah, Townsend Street and Hallworthy Street. Actually, that whole period from elementary school right through, they always loomed very large. They were very social people. There was this wonderful group of boys that they hung out with. And it seems so strange now when I think about it, and it was wonderful. And oftentimes they included me in, whether that was the way in which they contributed to, babysitting.
Mm-hmm.
Well, if we have to, we'll take her with us, kind of thing. Except that I never felt as though I were being dragged along because they had to. I always felt included. And they continued to do that during their dating and courting days. From time to time they would include me in and take me into Boston to lunch with a date and to a movie and ice skating with a date. I loved it. I just loved it. Going to the beach in the summertime, God, what an event that was. Carrying shopping bags full of cooked food, pots of cooked food in shopping bags. Ben and Sam and I and my mother during the week, my father on weekends. some of their friends helping to carry everything, and full meals on the beach. That's how my mother went to the beach. If she made sandwiches, they were made on the beach, with hot corned beef that she had cooked at home and taken with her. And we would have to walk probably close to a mile for a streetcar. Take the streetcar to the beach.
What beach?
Carson Beach.
Does it still exist?
Oh yeah, yeah. That's in South Boston.
I see.
And always we would walk home to save the car fare. So walking home was easier.
Because you had eaten all the food.
That's right. The bundles were easier to carry coming back. And the walk home was just the most fun. It was family and extended family, and I mean, it was those were days of real pleasure. A day at the beach was truly a day at the beach. It was almost a 10-hour experience from start to finish.
So it was when I was growing up. Tell me more about Sam and Ben.
They
Personalities.
Ben seemed to be the more laid back of the two. They were very close and devoted to each other. Sam was more outgoing and gregarious and the joke teller and the initiator. His presence in a room was always felt. When he walked in the room, he was the center of attention, always.
This is Sam.
Sam.
Mm-hmm. From the time he was young?
I remember him. I really remember him as let's say from 16 on.
Gotcha, okay. Makes sense.
You know, so he was always an adult.
And how did Ben compare?
Ben was softer and more sedate. Gentler in his approach to people, but not any less outgoing. Thoroughly enjoyed people, but he is quieter about the manner in which he interacted with individuals or with groups. I thought Sam was exceedingly good looking. I and he was both of them were very well known in the area where we grew up in Roxbury. And I was considered, I guess for a long time, a ringer for Sam, even though I didn't know all the people he knew and the parents of all of his friends. Anytime I would walk across Roxbury and they were sitting out on the steps, they would stop me and say, "Are you Sam Magazine's sister? You look just like him." That was a very common occurrence. They both married very young.
Well, you did too.
Yes. I think Ben and Shirley were married before he went into the service. I've kind of lost track of the time they were married and the start of the war. But I think they were married before the war was declared. Sam and Rose, I think, were married in a formal ceremony, I think, after the war. I wasn't quite sure at the time whether it was the second ceremony. I think they might have eloped and then decided to have a formal wedding. And something is clicking with me now that says maybe Ben and Shirley did the same thing. Sam was always very aggressive in his approach to trying to earn money. Rather flamboyant by nature. Probably a wheeler dealer.
What business was he in?
Basically selling.
Selling what?
Anything. Anything from jewelry to refrigerators. As a matter of fact, he bought my mother her very first refrigerator. But whatever he could, he was a hustler. Ben went to Boston University nights. For business, I believe, and at some point started his own plumbing supply business. He had worked for someone else in the plumbing supply market, and then decided to open up his own business, which was quite successful. But short-lived as was Ben, given that he died at 33.
And how did he die?
Heart attack.
Was it expected at all? Was he overweight?
Not grossly so, but yeah, he probably could have lost about 20 pounds.
So he had no health problems before?
Not that I'm aware of. I have no idea whether he'd had any symptoms or signals prior to that.
Where was he when he suffered the heart attack?
Home. Home? Yeah, home. And he was in pain, but able to move around, and they went to see, Shirley took him to see the doctor, who referred him to another doctor, who finally referred him to the hospital, and which was an all-day process. And he was checked into the hospital. Shirley got to see him in his room, and he'd been diagnosed as having had a heart attack with a good prognosis, and a couple of weeks in the hospital and whatever precautions would be necessary after that. And it was now late in the afternoon, and there were 3 kids waiting at home. And as I was told, she, now that he was tucked in, and
3 kids?
Yeah. Marvin, Margie, and Stephen.
Right, okay.
And she kissed him goodbye and said she'd be in the next day. And she never made it to the door when he let out a gasp. That was it. He had a second heart attack.
I see. And Shirley was there with him?
Yeah.
And he never recovered
That was it.
momentarily?
That was it.
And hush. Let's look at some time. You were 23 at the time. If Ben was 33.
Yeah.
Who called you?
Shirley's father. My sister-in-law Shirley's father.
Go ahead.
He called, and told me on the phone, very directly, and I, needless to say, I was stunned and shocked. It was hoping that somehow it was a crazy, awful prank. And I remember not believing that I would never be able to talk to Ben again. That was absolutely impossible.
He was the first close relative of yours who died? First experience you had?
Yeah. And I remember throwing myself down on the floor and screaming at the top of my lungs. Kicking my feet. totally out of control. And once having done that, I said, oh my God, how are we going to tell my mother? She will never survive this. How are we going to tell my father? Who's going to do it? And then all the practical things that had to be done began to enter. It was only minutes in which all of that took place. And the house then became filled with people. All the neighbors heard the kicking and the screaming. They all came running. Actually, they probably, heard the screaming, didn't know about the kicking, but it was loud enough with the windows open on a summer night to carry. And where was Sam? We had to get a hold of Sam.
Where did he live?
Sam lived in Brighton. Ben and Shirley lived in Dorchester. Daddy and I lived in Mattapan. And at that time, my mother and father lived in Brighton as well, but not really all that close to where Sam and Rose lived. And my mother was vacationing in Saratoga, which is where she went when she was reasonably well. It was a health spa area, and she would go for that reason, for the mineral baths, and I went with her several times, became very fond of the place. Mel came up one time, Daddy and I were together up there, and I have very, very fond memories of the place, but she was up there that particular summer alone. And how was it, a woman with that history was incredible.
Who told her?
Well, first, I don't know who went and got my father. Might have been Daddy, who drove to Brighton and got my father and brought him to our house.
Without telling him?
And I think told him. Then we made contact with Sam, and the decision was made to drive up to Saratoga and to bring my mother back, but not to tell her that Ben had died, but to tell her that he had taken seriously ill and she ought to come home. As I think about it, and Daddy may have to correct this, I think Milty Tanzer who was working for his father-in-law's taxi company, provided a driver. That I think that's it. I don't think Sam or Daddy did the driving. And they went up and got my mother and brought her back. The scene on their arrival at Ben and Shirley's house was about as dramatic and heart-wrenching a scene as you'll ever see. We were all at Shirley's. As an aside, it's really interesting to know what happens with the supply of adrenaline around crises like that. It's almost as though you never run out. And I remember the car pulling up in front of the house, and I went outside, and they get out of the car, and Sam and Daddy escorted my mother out of the car. And it was very clear to my mother, I mean,
The house was full of people.
that he was dead. I mean, there was just, you couldn't miss it. And Sam, who had not been able to respond to his loss, just threw himself on the steps. There were about 8 or 9 steps going up to the porch, and just left the steps, crying. Not that he threw himself on the steps, but the pain of his loss. I mean, that was such a loving relationship that they had. They were really intimate with each other, these two brothers. And they adored each other. And my mother somehow maintained some sort of stoic dignity around the whole thing. I think almost a little over a year before she broke down again. It was really interesting. And yet we all had a sense that all of us were walking on broken glass.
With her?
With her, yeah. That there was no way it was going to last. It was sometime during that year or year and a half, however long it was, or that Christmas in between. I don't think it was let's see, August. I don't know whether it was that Christmas, the Christmas after. Daddy gave me a surprise Christmas present, which was a puppy. Now, a puppy was not one of the things I wanted, but he wanted one very badly. And so he surprised me with this Christmas present of a puppy, an adorable little dog named Taffy. Well, unfortunately, Taffy didn't fare so well. It was in the winter, and one of the times we took Taffy out for her walk, she was frightened by an automobile and ran into the woods in back of the house, but the snow was very deep, and she stayed in the woods overnight and got pneumonia, and she was sick for weeks, and we had dog hospital bills taking care of Taffy. Anyway, she never recovered, and for however long we had her, maybe 2.5, 3 months, I became very fond of her. And then came the day when she was beyond help, and I had to call the Animal Rescue League to come take Taffy away. And my mother was at the house on that day, and they came from the Animal Rescue League, and they took poor Taffy away, and I cried because Taffy was at that point very ill, and pretty soon Taffy was going to be dead. And my mother looked at me with the most devastating expression on her face. Or shall I say devastated? And said, "If you're crying over the death of a dog, how should I feel about the death of my son?" And I guess that pretty much truncated any grieving process that I might have engaged in. Appropriate grieving process, A, for Ben, and B, for Taffy. And unfortunately, past that denial on, at least to Lee. I don't know about you, whether you have any recall around that when Sam died.
Very little. It was just frightening to me.
Yeah, Lee remembers that I didn't allow him. I did the same thing to him that my mother did to me. Like, you know, I've forgotten quite how I said it. Lee, I think, does remember. He has mentioned it to me a couple of times. About what right did he have to be upset about his uncle dying? This person was my brother. And I know I put that into place for myself. For Ben, after all, his wife, his children, and his parents And they all, however it was, I established this order. I was last.
When did Sam die?
10 years later.
How?
Same way. He had taken my father to court. That has been with my father at court, because my father had been involved in a hit-and-run accident. Not a major one, but it had been a hit and run. He had hit, I don't know whether another car. I don't think he hit a person. But at this point, I don't remember. If he hit a person, it wasn't a major injury. So I think he might have hit a car and perhaps caused some relatively uncomplicated injury to a passenger in the car, and then had driven away from the scene. He had been driving longer than he should have, and we knew that he had ceased to be a competent driver, but he needed his wheels, and he had this accident, and he was taken to court, and Sam went with him to court. And in court that morning, Sam had the heart attack.
Oh my.
I guess whatever happened in court was done very quickly, and probably my father's license was taken away, is what I assume.
Mm-hmm.
And they left the court, and Sam didn't feel good. And he admitted himself to Mass General. He went over to Mass General on his own.
Where was Gramps?
I think my father took off for wherever he was going.
On public transportation?
On public transportation, yeah. I think. That's an assumption I'm making now. I'm not altogether sure.
Okay. So Sam checked himself into Mass General.
And, of course, the examiner said, yes, you are having a heart attack. And they admitted him, put him into some sort of special room with all kinds of monitors and machines and everything to check it out. And they were watching for the second heart attack, because that is a pattern. It's rarely the first heart attack that kills, it's the second one. They had him all hooked up and everything, and somebody checking all of the stuff that was going on, and I don't know whether it was a change in personnel, what do you call it, shift change, or somebody had to go to John, or whatever, but for the few seconds that there was nobody in the room, bango, he had that second heart attack. And then somebody came in and they did a tracheotomy on him, and that didn't help, and he went into a coma, and he never came out of the coma.
How long was he in a coma?
5 days.
Oh, really?
By that time we were living on William Street.
Yes, I know.
And I got the call. And my mother was already in the hospital from another onset of this depression, hallucinatory condition. But sort of getting better. Oh, jeez. How do we tell her? How do we tell her? What do we do? And I'll tell you, I didn't have the courage to tell her. I just plain couldn't do it. I know whether I was more concerned with myself or for her, but I couldn't face it. Mel couldn't face it. My father for sure couldn't handle it. So what we did was get in touch with the doctor who was dealing with her and said, you tell her.
Did he?
And he did. But not until after the funeral.
What hospital was she in?
Worcester State. I don't think we took her to the funeral. I don't think we took her to the funeral. I don't think we just...
Who told Gramps? Who told your father?
Well, he, lived next door. We...
You told him?
Sam was in coma for 5 days. My father was up at the hospital with the rest of us for 5 days, waiting for him to die. I mean, there was no chance. The brain damage was, if he had lived...
It wouldn't have been worse.
I mean, there was... I remember seeing him in that room in the hospital. Because the room was like a large refrigerator room. It was so cold in there. I never went into the room. I saw from the outside.
Mm-hmm.
The door was open. And he was laying there as though he were sleeping. He had no clothes on. The body evidently was keeping him very cool. I have no idea what that treatment was, but it was very cold in that room.
Mm-hmm.
And they were clearly keeping the body very cold. And he was in a coma for 5 days and then he died. That was, I think, something like 6 weeks before Lee's bar mitzvah.
Mm.
My mother was home for the bar mitzvah. She came to the bar mitzvah. Somewhere in the house I have a picture of her and my father.
That's devastating.
You've seen that picture?
Oh, yes.
Now, my mother looks like she's absolutely glazed over. The expression on my father's face, not to be believed.
Your father died not long after that, did he?
I've got to do some arithmetic again. I don't have any sense of time. I will have to really do a calculation. All right, Lee was born in 50.
Mm-hmm.
So his bar mitzvah was in 63.
Mm-hmm.
No, my father died a long time after. I don't think my father died till '69 or '70.
When did Bubby die?
'71.
There was only a year between them?
Maybe 2 years.
Because I left, I finished up school in 71.
Yeah, she was, okay, so she maybe 70, maybe it was in 68 and 70.
Yeah.
Maybe something like that.
How did your father die? From heart attack also?
No, I mean, he had had a series of heart attacks. He did have heart disease. But he died of cancer of the prostate.
Really?
I think technically that was why he died. But I don't really think that's why he died. I think he died because he just didn't care to live anymore. He had become bitter. I mean, his life. He hadn't experienced any joy in his life for so long. I think he forgot that there might have been some at one time. No pleasure, no peace. He too had become very angry and bitter. And it wasn't worth the struggle.
And your mother?
Do you have any recall about the times, seem to me to go on forever, when I went out with Daddy and we said we were going to go visit somebody in Worcester, or I don't even know if I said in Worcester. It was, I just wasn't able to deal with the fact that my mother was institutionalized. I have no idea what I told you, what you believed, what you thought had happened to this woman who lived next door and was no longer there. I don't know. I can't think now of how it was I explained that.
The only thing I can remember is that you just said Bobby wasn't feeling well. She went here to get better, or to Saratoga Springs, I remember. And she was just not there, and it wasn't anything that made me think about what happened.
It's clear that I did not deal with it directly with you and Lee. Probably because I couldn't deal with it directly with myself. And every other Saturday night, we'd go to Worcester and I would do the visit to my mother, which was a nightmare. Absolute nightmare. I would, have 1 week off and 1 week on, and 1 week would be a week of relief. Oh my God, it's done, and I don't have to go for another 2 weeks. And then the first week would go by, and the second week I'd say, oh, this is the week I have to go. And so it would be this seesaw of emotions on a weekly basis, of relief and dreaded anticipation. And I remember being haunted by the absence of her footsteps next door during all this time. And so I put them there. I would hear footsteps going up and down those stairs. Remember, we could hear...
Sure.
Yeah.
The music of the stairs. Yeah.
Music of the stairs. That music played for months, if not years, after I hospitalized her. I heard those steps creaking with her footsteps. And I don't know how long she was in before she came out at Sam's funeral. I would say probably, Lee was 13, you were 10 when Sam died. I would say somewhere between 3 and 5 years, which is a long time. And one of the things that happened to her, in addition, was that she had a mastectomy in the hospital, which she believed was a punishment because of her failure or unwillingness to submit to therapy, psychotherapy. She was convinced that she was deliberately mutilated because of that. Even though she had gone around with a weeping sore on her breast for years, which she didn't tend to.
I remember there was a long period of time where she wouldn't eat just before she died.
That's right.
She was staying in Woburn, I think, or Winchester. It was close enough so that Lee and I would go and visit.
Yeah, she did die of anorexia.
What did you feel when she died?
Relief. Absolute relief. The burden of her illness had become just so oppressive. I was so angry with her. I mean, there wasn't a celebration in my life that she hadn't spoiled with her illness. And I can't tell you the years I walked around wishing she would die. because I knew that as soon as she died, I'd be free as a bird. Wrong.
Took a few years.
Wrong. It doesn't work that way. It really doesn't. But I know now I really did have a right to be angry with her. And I know now that I am a good way through the process of forgiveness. And some understanding of the oppression she felt as a woman, as a female. And the lack of support and understanding. I think she had some sensitivities about the world and her place and women and people way beyond which she could even comprehend. Something was very extraordinary about her. And she couldn't handle it. And there wasn't anybody around who could provide her with any support. She couldn't define what she needed. Certainly medically, psychiatric care was primitive. Any kind of humane response to, her illness was just not available. The causes of the illness, who knows? Toby told me when I went on that month-long California visit, about 10 years ago, that my mother was always crazy, she said. Ever since she was a child in Russia, and she was frightened by a boar. That they were playing out in front of their little peasant house, whatever it was there. And a boar chased or attacked my mother, and according to Toby, from that moment on, she was never emotionally stable. I never heard that story before 10 years ago. I really have no idea how that relates, if it really happened. But all things are possible. I don't know. Maybe something happened with her. I really don't know. and told me that my mother always saw herself as different, and she did.
Different how?
In her own way, she was an elitist. In some ways saw herself better than, and conversely saw herself not as good as, or inadequate. And those two views were always in conflict, and very much present all the time in her life.
Let's take a 2-minute break, and we'll come back and talk about how you met Melvin in the next 36 years.
Before we close off, just one thing. Mel was nothing less than noble and generous of spirit beyond measure when it came to dealing with my parents. There was nothing that was too much, nothing that was too difficult, nothing that they didn't deserve to have done for them if he could do it. He was phenomenal. And he has told me that he really loved them. And I know they really loved him from day one. I think it was an extraordinary response by a very extraordinary person.
I might say that it sounds like Lee was cut from the same cloth vis-a-vis his helping Sharon and her family when Sharon's father died. Although Dad's was over a longer period of time, since your parents lived in the same house.
My mother literally lived in the same house with us on Crossman Street. Do you remember that at all?
Not at all.
No, she really did. Which is why we had to move out of Crossman Street and go to William Street to put a wall between us.
And 2 flights of stairs.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, today is December 22nd, the 4th day, 5th night of Hanukkah. What are your earliest memories? Well, this is with Mom, Phyllis Keimach.
The first home that I remember was in Baltimore.
And you were born in Chicago. What happened to Chicago?
It's still standing. The last I heard, without the magazine Nuclear Family. The Depression was an economic devastation for my parents and their 3 children. And they moved on to Baltimore, where...
Do you know how old you were then? Or about what year it was?
I was born in 29. I'm thinking about 3, maybe 32, 33. I don't remember the actual trip from Chicago to Baltimore. I only remember this house, which was wonderful in Baltimore.
Describe it.
I think in today's terms, I would call it a big 2-family. We lived on the first floor. The entrance walk to the house was very long. One had to go up about probably 6 or 7 cement stairs to a long walk. I would say probably about the length of a car, a large car, and then go up probably 4 or 5 more steps to the porch. There were 2 entrance doors, one on the extreme left, which went upstairs. Wrong. There was one entrance door. One entrance door. The steps were in the front hall of the first floor house that we lived in, I think. Now I'm not sure whether there was a separate entrance or it was the same entrance. I remember having access to those steps at will if I wanted to. And a very nice man, coincidentally by the name of Harry, the same name as my father, lived upstairs. And I remember him as being very fond of me, and that we spent a lot of time together as a family with him present.
Did he own the house?
I don't think so. In the back of the house was a big yard.
Do you remember the address?
No. I have no idea what the address was.
Why did your family choose Baltimore?
My father's oldest brother had managed to maintain some sort of economic stability. I'm not sure whether he owned his own business at that time, a construction business, or he worked for somebody as a supervisor or foreman or manager, but however that was, he was not economically hurt at that point by the Depression. And my father moved to Baltimore hoping to be able to find work through Willie.
Willie was older than Harry.
Willie was the oldest of the magazine siblings.
And then?
My father. Then there was either Sam or Rose. I don't know which of those two was the older. And the youngest one was Nathan. Nash, who for many years was my absolute favorite uncle.
Are any of them alive now?
No, they are all deceased.
Did they all live in the Baltimore area?
Willie remained in Baltimore and prospered beyond, I think, probably his earliest expectations. As far as I can recall, only my father and Willie were in Baltimore when we made that move in the early 30s. My father did not fare well for very long. And
in Baltimore?
In Baltimore. And while I'm not sure how long we stayed in Baltimore, my recall is that it wasn't much more than a year. And then we came to Boston.
Why?
Again, to look for better economic.
Why Boston, though?
There was larger family connections in Boston, more support in Boston, and something that had never really been addressed directly always lingered in the background, and that was an incompatibility in the relationship between Willie and his wife and family, probably Willie and his wife, Ida, who was known primarily by her Yiddish name of Ita, and my mother and father. And I don't know where the conflict really was seated.
So there were other who was family in Boston?
Well, all the other siblings were in Boston.
Oh, I see.
There were cousins in Boston. An aunt and uncle of my father's were in Boston.
How did they get there? I mean, why did they get there? They must have come in through Ellis Island.
I would guess, because I don't know, that was their first and last stop after
From New York.
Yeah, from New York. Although I understand that at times Boston was also a port of entry. So I'm not sure whether they came in at Ellis Island.
How did you end up in why were you in Chicago? That's pretty far west.
It is. And I don't know the answer to that either, except that somewhere in recent years I have heard that many Jews, in fact, used Chicago as their port of entry. And I don't know what the connection was, whether it was actually somehow by some smaller, seafaring vessel through the Great Lakes, or whether it was by train.
I see.
And as I speak now, I think I have a bit of a kernel of memory that Willie might have also gone to Chicago first and then moved back to the East Coast.
When your father came here, though, wasn't he a young man?
Yes.
Or a young boy?
Yes. Young man, I guess.
And so the 5
I don't think they all came together. I know my mother's family didn't all come together. It was not uncommon for some members of a family to emigrate to the United States, establish some sort of home, and then send for other members of the family.
Right.
And that was part of the process of bringing my mother's family over. And it may have been the same for my father's family.
What about your grandparents? Do you remember them?
Only one.
Which one?
My father's father.
And his name?
Morris Magazine.
Morris Magazine.
And he lived in the North End of Boston in what I remember as an ugly two-room apartment. I remember the bathroom as being always brown. All the things that I had thought should be white in a bathroom were always brown.
Was he a widower when you knew him?
He was a widower.
How old were you when he died?
Oh gosh. Somewhere I think between 9 and 11.
How old was he when he died?
He was always so very old to me. I would guess probably late 70s, early 80s. Maybe older, maybe well into his 80s.
And your mother's parents, did they ever come to this country?
They never came to this country.
When your father's father came here, was he widowed already, or did his...
I don't know.
So your grandmother's parents never came here. Your mother's mother's parents never came here. What language was spoken in your house?
Yiddish and broken English.
Did you speak Yiddish?
That was really not my first language. My first language was English.
Did you teach your parents?
My mother. I can remember taking my green elementary school spelling book and sitting down with my mother and helping her learn how to spell and helping her to write. Penmanship was my strong suit.
Still is, goddammit.
We were supposed to have a trade-off, a deal. She would teach me to read the forwards.
What's that?
That was the Jewish name for the Jewish daily in Boston at that time. In English it was called the Forward.
Uh-huh.
Forward. And I would teach her English.
And how old were you at this time?
Elementary school. 3rd grade, I think. And she was a far better student than I was.
Just back a little bit. When your parents talked to other relatives, therefore it was always in Yiddish.
Yes. With scattered bits of English.
Uh-huh. Was their day-to-day lives, their work lives, always with Jewish people? Or were they working in an English-speaking world, not knowing what was going on around them?
I think by the time I was old enough to be aware, they understood enough English to be able to negotiate reasonably well in an English-speaking environment. However, I would say that 99.99% of their contacts were Jewish, were immigrants. The support network was incredible. They all needed each other, and they were there for each other. And the truth was that I never thought of it as a ghetto. I never heard that word used until it was used to describe what was happening in Europe and in Warsaw in particular. That was the first time I knew that ghetto, that there was such a word, and still for years never related it to anything that I experienced, even though I was brought up in almost exclusively Jewish environment.
Mm-hmm.
Not totally so, because public schools aren't really totally that way.
What were, do you remember anything about life in Baltimore besides the house? For example, Hanukkah.
No. Hanukkah was not a holiday, a major holiday for us and our family. And as a group of us spoke about it and recalled just recently, it wasn't in any of my peers' lives.
Might it have been because you couldn't afford to give gifts?
No, I think because our parents weren't caught up in A, assimilation, B, competing with Christmas, and C, not needing to do it so their kids would think they were terrific.
What about Passover?
Oh, always. That's big time stuff. And my grandfather and father were always present at the Seder together as leaders of the Seder. No one else participated. It was always exclusively in Hebrew.
Did they understand Hebrew?
I don't know whether they were ever able to translate it, but they could read it fluently.
And so everyone else sat around the table silent.
Silent.
Was there always a big meal associated with it?
Always a big meal.
How many? Who else besides?
In my house.
Do you remember a Seder in Baltimore?
No. Do not remember a Seder in Baltimore.
So in Boston.
In Boston, the Seders I remember started on Holworthy Street.
What number?
83, I think. But those are the ones I remember. I'm not sure that we didn't have them before that time.
Do you remember where you lived before Holworthy Street?
Oh, yes. How far back do you want to go?
The first place in Boston.
First place in Boston, we lived at was on Wyoming Street.
Number?
I don't remember the number, but it was not in our own place. It was with my father's aunt and uncle.
Name?
Tante Rose and Uncle Nussen.
Last name?
Lieberman. And their son, Ben.
Who must have been a peer of yours.
No, he was older. He was a peer of my brother's. Probably older than my yes,
That's right.
older
Yeah,
than my brother's.
Oh, he was a peer of your parents. If he was your father's
He
uncle.
was younger. Yeah, he was, but he was younger than my parents.
How were the Liebermans related? It must have been she.
Gee whiz. I think Tante Rose's, one of Tante Rose's parents and my grandfather were related, but I'm not sure whether it was her mother or her father.
I see. You don't remember any names?
Is it hers? You know, I don't know whether it was hers or his. But these are questions that I can explore with Sam Magazine, with whom I will make a renewed connection.
Sam,
very
Sam
soon.
Magazine being
Willie's oldest son,
who lives in Washington now.
who lives in Washington now, but whose daughter and son-in-law have just transferred to Boston. They will be moving into Sharon in February.
So this Sam Magazine again is
My first cousin
your first cousin.
on my father's side.
Okay, so back to the Liebermans then. So
That was an extraordinary experience. I remember that with such fond memories. When you stop and consider it, this was an older couple with a single son, an adult son, in a 2-bedroom basement apartment.
on what street?
Wyoming Street.
In Boston.
In Roxbury. Who took in a family of 5. With affection and generosity and just remarkable support. And the whole neighborhood, that the apartment building in which they lived was occupied exclusively by Jews. The whole block. That apartment house across the street, and everybody became immediately involved, whether it was looking out for the kids while they were playing in the street, telling people about places they might go to look for work or for housing. Everybody became involved.
So at those Seders, who officiated?
Well, now we're going a long time from there, from the Lieberman house to Seder's in my house. That's probably got to be to Holworthy Street. That's got to be about a span of maybe 8 years.
Mm-hmm. So your father and mother were about how old at the Lieberman's Seder?
No Seder at the Liebermans. Did I
Oh
imply
yeah,
that?
yeah. I'm sorry. Maybe I misunderstood. I thought there was a.
No. The first Seder that I remember was in my house on Holworthy Street.
I see. So what was at the Liebermans? I guess
Where
I missed it.
we came when we came up from Baltimore and had no place to go.
Oh, you lived there.
We lived there.
You lived in this 2-bedroom apartment.
That's right.
8 people.
That's right.
Oh my goodness. Have you kept in touch with any of the Liebermans?
We did all the while they were in Boston, and some number, and remained very friendly with Tante Rosa, and Uncle Hussein until they moved to Washington. Washington seemed, for several members of the family in later years, to be somehow very special, because Willie had made great success, and somehow there were several members of the magazine family who lived in Boston who thought they could kind of tap that in some way.
Listen, speaking of the magazine family, about the name, how did it come about? Magazine.
I think it's pretty close to the original.
What language was the original?
Russian, I guess.
Wouldn't it have been Hebrew?
Might have been, but I don't know. There are variations on that. Magazine, magaziner,
Yeah, there are a lot of those in New York.
magazinic.
Huh.
And magazine might have derived from any of those, with the ending cut off. But all of the immediate family have always had magazine. Nobody shortened it from something else.
Mm-hmm.
It was always Willie Magazine and Harry Magazine and Nathan Magazine.
Okay. So you stayed at the Liebermans.
Right. Not very long. Maybe a couple months.
And from the Liebermans you moved to?
An attic apartment on Hollander Street. No, Howland Street.
In where?
Roxbury. I don't remember the number, but it was near Warren Street. There were several long streets that intersected sections of Boston. Through which ran, just endless numbers of streets that crossed both sides of these longer thoroughfares. And one used those as marking off points as to where in Roxbury you lived. For instance, Townsend Street ran from Walnut Avenue which was a long thoroughfare that crossed it.
Flip the tape. Wrong button. No, the tape's still running. Yes, it's more than 30 minutes, this tape. Okay.
Then Humboldt Avenue was another street that intersected. And then Warren Street intersected.
That's why it's important that you're at the near Warren, Holland near Warren.
Yes, Howard near Warren. The Liebermans lived on Wyoming Street, closer to Humboldt Avenue than to Warren Street. A typical date was perhaps a movie and something afterwards, or an occasional, I think there was an occasional play. Lots of walks in good weather, with bunches of other people, because there was Franklin Field at that time was a hangout for.
How old were you at this time?
16. Yeah, 16. Yeah, movies. It was usually movies. Oh, and the totem pole. The totem pole. It was a big dance hall where Norumbega Park is now. In fact, it always was Norumbega Park. Big bands would come every week and play, and you would go there Saturday night. I mean, the totem pole was the
place.
Oh my God! And if, in addition to the dance floor, there was a large area of this building that was furnished in two-seater sofas.
Nice.
Well, the goal was really to go to Totem Pole and get a sofa. So it was Totem Pole, movies, an occasional play, maybe twice a year or something like that.
By now, had you two professed affection for each
No.
other?
Oh, well, we were going steady. Yes, we were going steady. And
did you kiss much?
oh yeah.
Anything else?
No. Mm-mm.
Telling the truth?
Telling the truth.
I'm gonna check,
Okay.
Did your mother ask?
No. Never. Never asked. I think that was. It started out winter. And then we went winter through the summer into the fall. And into the next winter, I think. Or into the next fall. Anyway, and of course I asked him to go to the senior prom.
Did he ask you to go to his senior prom?
No, he had already, that was ancient history.
Oh.
He was a year ahead of me.
I see.
In school. And he had gone to the senior prom with ugly Dorothy Saul.
At least it wasn't Janet. What's her name?
Janet Zoll.
Or
Janet Zoll.
Zoll.
And this was Dorothy Saul.
I see. Well, at least he's consistent.
The only thing they had in common was the L at the end of the last letter at the end of the name.
So you asked him to your senior prom?
Yeah. And like a week before the prom, I went and got my gown for the prom. My mother had bought me a strand of pearls. Sam was selling jewelry at the time. Real good pearls to go on my first prom gown. And gorgeous silver shoes from I. Miller. And that was the place. That was the place. And there they were. The dress was hanging in the back of the door. And the shoes were right there. And I came down with the chicken pox.
No!
A week or 5 days before my senior prom.
Oh.
A rip snorting case of the chicken pox.
Did you go when you seen your prom?
I wouldn't have been caught dead. I mean, I was so blemished. There wasn't a space on my face that didn't have an ugly pock mark on it.
Oh. Oh.
I mean, I was blistered from head to toe.
Oh my goodness.
And I cried, and I cried, and then I remember the doctor saying, "Tell her to stop crying, she's only making it worse." And I cried, and I cried, and I never went to my senior prom. On the night of the prom, the bell rang, and Mel was there with flowers, I think a gift, I'm not sure, I don't remember whether it was a book or a card, the flowers, and the card said, well, at the time there was a novelty song that was very popular by Perry Como. It was called Chicory Chick. You know that?
Sure.
Chicory Chick, chilla, chilla, check-a-aroma. In the banana, I mean, it was just this crazy song. The card was addressed to my chicory chick with the chicken pox. Love Mel. Wonderful flowers. Oh, I thought that was just so marvelous. And I quick jumped out of bed. The worst of it was over in terms of how I was physically feeling, but ugly, you know. And I ran to the phone and I called Jeannie. And I said, I mean, you know, we would call each other after each bowel movement after we went to, took a pee. I mean, it was just...
But you didn't go down to see him when he delivered?
Oh, no. Oh, no. No. And I said, guess what? Mel just brought me flowers, and wasn't that wonderful? And, she really does have a mean streak. She really does, Jeannie. has a real mean streak in her. She said it was meant for you not to go to the prom because I was not going to the prom.
You mean she hadn't been asked?
No, we went to an all-girls school. You want to go to the prom, you do the asking.
Oh.
Unless you want to go with another girl, and nobody thought of that then. At least, well, they might have thought about it, but they didn't act on it. The schools were not co-ed in those days. Boston English was all male, Boston Latin was all male, Rox Memorial High School for boys, Roxbury Memorial High School for girls, Jeremiah E. Burke for girls, Dorchester High for girls, Dorchester High for boys.
Okay. So
That's the way you keep people from getting pregnant. Did you know that?
Oh, right.
So she didn't have anybody to ask. Or anybody she wanted to ask.
So then what happened with you and Mel?
Okay, now I get better and we continue the relationship, and somewhere that spring his sister came down with some contagious disease, Phyllis. I forgot now. It might have been the chicken pox too. I don't remember what it was. Maybe it was the mumps. Maybe it was measles. I don't remember what it was. And he called one night and he said, "Oh, guess what? My sister's got a." And I said, "Oh, it's too bad." And we finished our conversation and agreed to whatever the dating arrangement was going to be for the weekend. And I hung up and I said to my mother, "Oh, Mel's sister has..."
Whatever it is.
"Oh," she said, "I hope you're not planning to see him. Because that's contagious and he's gonna, and then you're gonna, and you're not allowed to see him till his sister gets all better. You just keep away from him because, well, I hated to hear that, and on the other hand, oh gee, what if she's right? So I called him and I broke the date. He didn't believe me that was the reason. He never heard of anything so outrageous. And we had a fight over it. That was it. That was somewhere. Yeah, that was in the spring, just maybe a month or two before graduation.
Then?
Maybe just a month before graduation. Close to graduation, anyway. And then there was graduation. And...
You mean the relationship split?
Yeah, that was it. That was it. Over.
Oh my
Kaput.
goodness. Okay.
And it just didn't make sense to anybody that I didn't want to go out with him because my mother said his sister was contagious. Nobody bought it. At graduation, Mel sent flowers. to Jeannie.
What?
Jealous was I pissed. And she was loving it. And after all that we had gone through, Jeannie and I, and all that we had shared, we really had become very competitive.
Over Mel?
Probably.
Well, as her first cousin, could she hope to have a romance with him?
I don't know. We thought of that occasionally and said, no, that was crazy, but she had some very strong feelings for him. And by the time we got our yearbooks, Jeannie and I were really in conflict. And hurting. I remember signing her yearbook. Oh, she was crushed. I wrote, to the Jeannie I used to know.
Oh boy. Oh boy.
Oh.
You do choose your words carefully, don't you?
So it was end of the relationship with Mel. Jeannie and I we had not severed our relationship, but it was in great stress. And one of my graduation presents was a trip by myself to Milwaukee for the summer to stay with Tante Hannah and her family. I had been out there often enough now to know that place and that city pretty well, and I had made a real close relationship with Sonia Mae Malman, and I couldn't think of anything more wonderful. That was my mother and father asked me, what would you like for graduation? Oh, I would love to spend the summer out in Milwaukee and be with Sonia Mae Malman, and that's what I got for a graduation present. So I took off for the summer. And, in between there, I want you to know, I was the first senior to be accepted at college on a commercial course with 2 credits missing. Loved it. Loved it.
But you didn't go to college.
I did. I went to BU for 2 years.
Oh.
I went to Boston University for 2 years and got an associate's degree. I haven't told you that before?
Yes, that's right.
Okay, now I am in Milwaukee, and Sonia Mae has a network of friends, some of them who are male, and I get set up for a couple of dates, and I keep coming back home to Tante Hannah's house, and I can remember walking outside. You wasn't like Mel. Nobody compares to Mel. So I had a wonderful summer comparing every young man I met to Mel and having them all lose. Came home, started at BU. Hadn't made any noteworthy connections with any guys. Was not dating at all. And in December, a friend of mine and I decided December 7th, we were going to go to the Hillel dance that Saturday night, December 7th. What the heck? Why stay home another Saturday night? Let's go. I mean, we don't want to go alone, but if the two of us go and it turns out fine, fine. If it doesn't turn out fine, we'll leave. And somehow we had put into place, if only one of us finds somebody, we will take care of the other person. So somehow either escort the other person home, but definitely would not abandon each other. And it was a terrible night weather-wise. Absolutely atrocious. I think my father drove us in. And we walked in and looked around in the doorway, looked around, and lo and behold, who should be there? Mel Keimach. And all that stuff that you read about and hear about in songs happened. You know, the chimes went off and the stars started to sparkle. And he came over and asked me to dance. And that was it. Ta-da!
But then what happened?
And he came with, I don't know, one or two other friends. And we got to talking. Jeannie was at a party at the home of a friend of hers who I have made it a lifetime pledge to dislike. Her name is Carrie Landy. And Carrie Landy and Daddy had dated Carrie Landy sort of like for the same reason I think that he sent Jeannie flowers, just to make sure I knew about it and I would be upset. And he had dated Carrie Landy a couple of times. One time he had been thrown out of her house, I understand, by Carrie's mother. He had been unceremoniously asked to leave. Anyway, we started talking, and how come you're not here with Jeannie? Well, Jeannie's at a party at Carrie's house. Oh, really? Want to crash the party? Sure, why not?
Oh my. Did you?
It was, you bet your ass.
Oh my goodness.
So we crashed the party.
This is December 7th, 1946. Yes? If you graduated in June of 46 and you went and spent the summer.
Right.
When did he ask you to marry him?
Was it 46 or was it 47? You know what?
What?
I think it was 47.
But there's a lost year.
That's right. I think a full year went by. No, it's been 46.
I think so.
Must have been 46.
Couldn't have planned a wedding in 6 months, could you?
No. Yeah. That's what I'm thinking. What happened to the... Was it my freshman year or my sophomore year? Goodness. Summer. I guess maybe we did go through. Maybe it was 46. Well, when you talk to Dad, you'll find out.
Okay.
Check it out.
Did you know he was going to ask you to marry him?
At that point, that night, that seemed to be pretty solid. I mean, we didn't really think about marriage, except that we knew we were in love with each other, and whatever that magic was taking place. And a few months later, just a couple months, I guess for my birthday, he gave me a friendship ring. However, before I guess I knew I was going to get it. And I talked to my mother about it. When she was well, God, she was so good. Wise, wonderful woman. I said to her, I think Mel wants to give me a friendship ring. And I don't know whether to take it or not. And she looked at me and she said, I can't answer that for you. Only you know how you feel. Are you ready to spend the rest of your life waking up every day and being with him? I can't answer that. Only you can. And she said, if you're asking me, do I think he's a nice boy? Yes, I do. I can answer that. But all the other things you're going to have to decide for yourself.
I assume you accepted the ring.
Pretty astute. I mean, all right there. I did.
You got married in August 1948. And did you move in? You moved into your own home after the honeymoon?
Shortly after. Actually, we came back from the honeymoon to my mother's apartment, my father's apartment. And shortly thereafter, an apartment became available in the house that Lally and Joe Keimach owned on Crossland Street. They lived upstairs, and the apartment downstairs became available. And they said, would you like it? We said, we'd love it.
What number, Crossman?
16 Crossland Street.
Did you have to pay rent for it?
Oh, sure.
How much was the rent?
Something like $30 or $35 a month, which was really more than we could afford.
What was life like on Crossman Street?
Well...
You were there only 2 or 3 years, yeah?
Oh no, 7.
You were on Crossman Street for 7 years?
Yes.
Oh, right.
6 or 7? Yeah.
Very close to 7.
Very close to 7 years. What was life like across the street? It was wonderful. If I can unplug the ramifications and set apart of my mother's illness, you see, which
Yes.
ran through the course of that period of time. My mother cracked up as soon as shortly after we got married. So Phyllis gave up her job to take care of her mother.
What job did you have?
I was working as a secretary in a Cantor Construction Company office.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Huh.
I worked for, I don't know, maybe about 5 months. 6 months.
So did your mother move in?
No. She was in Roxbury on Holworthy Street, and I went there every day and sat with her for a while, and then left her for a while and went to visit a friend, and then came back and sat with her some more and made food for her, cooked supper for my father. Every day it was awful. It was just awful. And probably the reason I got pregnant when I did with Lee.
For independence?
Yeah, probably. Although, I mean, clearly I didn't get pregnant right away. But the decision around the pregnancy was, let me be responsible for my own family. I think, if I have my own kid, then I won't have to do this anymore. Clearly it was not well thought out either way.
Yeah.
And so I did become pregnant, and didn't do any miracles for my mother. And I remember when I delivered Lee, my father was working for the Cantor Construction Company at the Beth Israel building one of their additions. And he would come up every day, to see me and Lee. And the nurses thought he was the father of the baby because he was there all the time. And my father had to bail me out of the hospital. We didn't have any money to pay for the hospital bill. He paid for that.
Huh.
And my mother was still sick and at home. I think by that time they might have moved to Brock Street in Brighton. I think Dad has better recall about that than I do, about the move and when that was.
So Lee was born 1950. You were still on Crossman Street.
Uh-huh.
Was the apartment big enough for the 3 of you?
It was a wonderful apartment. It was a 2-bedroom apartment with a big kitchen. I bet today that's a gorgeous apartment. An entry hall and a big living room and a room that probably would have served as a dining room if we'd wanted a dining room, but we first used it as the master bedroom because we didn't have any other furniture.
Uh-huh.
And then later it became a den. When we were able to get some furniture, it became a den. And nice sized bathroom and two bedrooms, one of which was our bedroom and one of which was a baby's room. Back porch, front porch. and some great neighbors. Great neighbors. Oh God, we had such a time. You know, I really wish for you and Andy and Lee and your spouses all some of that wonderful neighborhood family experience that Daddy and I have known in our lives. Gee, that is so good. That is so.
Were there any big events between Lee's birth and my birth?
What do you mean by big events?
Oh, big events in this nuclear Keimach family, anything. I mean, just the next thing that happened was that he had a second child. Apart from your mother's illness.
Yeah. No big events as that I can think of. One of the things, one of the little side things that happened was while I was pregnant with Lee, I worked in Ben's store as the bookkeeper.
In whose store?
Ben, my brother Ben.
Oh, I see.
Plumbing supply.
The bookkeeper.
As the bookkeeper. Which was great fun. Oh God, that was such fun.
Did you make a conscious decision to have a second child?
Oh yes. None of our 3 children were, quote unquote, by chance, by accident. They were deliberate pregnancies, all 3. Whether they were all deliberately, wisely thought out is questionable, but they were deliberate pregnancies and not simply
fate.
Yeah. Or sperm roulette. The decision to get pregnant with a second child was really motivated by wanting a namesake for Ben. And, in fact, also knowing at some point there was going to be a second child. And it was an assumption, not anything decided. That is, the second child was an assumption. And there seemed to be something very compelling about doing that sooner than later.
Did you ever take any DES or other kinds of drugs around your pregnancy?
I did. As a matter of fact, for a little while, I think did take DES when I thought I was pregnant after Lee was born and he was 4 months old. And my period didn't show up. And I was frantic. I can't tell you how much I didn't want to be pregnant at that point. I had had a terrible time with delivery with Lee. The stress around my mother's illness and a new baby at some points, you know, it was just barely bearable. And I didn't want to be pregnant. I did not want to have another baby then.
Then why DES?
It was supposed to then either bring your period on, if that's what was
in the cards,
what your body was struggling to do and not being able to do it, or secure the pregnancy if that's what your body needed to have it do. I don't think I took it for very long. It was not a sustained dose, and yes, my period came on very quickly. And whether it was the DES that caused that to happen, or it would have happened anyway.
So you never took DES after that?
No. Of course, Danny and I were determined, I especially, that I was going to show the world how it is you raise a perfect child. Oh, God. And my mother was ill. And she, I think, had some sort of what is it called when you have an illness and then it
remission.
So she wanted, thank you. She seemed to have a remission for a little bit, and it didn't sustain very long. Well, let's see, I told you that she was, I know what it was. She was all right. Let's see if I have the time. When Lee was born, she was ill. Lee was 2.5 when Ben died. Not just a little over 2 when Ben died, and she remained okay for about another year. And somewhere either just before you were born or just after you were born, I think before, she collapsed again. And this time she was hospitalized at Boston State Hospital. And I came home from the hospital with you. Maybe you were a couple months old. The bell rang one day. You weren't more than a couple of months old, I'm sure. And there she stood, and she said, I just need to stay with you for a little bit till I get back on my feet. I don't want to go home alone. And if you'll just let me stay with you for a little bit, as soon as I get a little bit more energy, so I'll go back to my place. Sure, Ma. Some things, you really have to learn to say no to. It would have been better for her and better for me if I had understood that yes was going to be as harmful as it was, or none. productive as it was, either in terms of her health or mine. She didn't leave. She never left until we moved to Stoneham. The stress in the house was unbelievable. My upstairs, the woman, by that time, Joe and Lally had sold the house and moved out and gone. And we had become very good friends with the new owners who lived upstairs. And that was, a couple, 3 years already. And then Eleanor became very upset because, in fact, 2 families were living downstairs, not one, and she was collecting one rent. And she thought that was very unfair. And so that relationship got fraught with all kinds of tension. My uncomfortableness, my embarrassment, some of it as I know I felt shame. I was still plugged into some of those old stereotypes about what mental illness in your family meant. So it was hard for me to have the neighbors in without having, my mother there. Couldn't do it. She was there all the time. This strange, crazy lady. And that was the motivation for seeing if we couldn't buy a 2-family house so I could be with her but be separate. And before we did that, I went to see a doctor, Dr. Ober, to ask his advice. And he sat there at his desk, boy, see it. And he said, don't do it. It's not going to be good for you. It's not going to be good for her. It's not going to help her. You are going to sacrifice your life and you will have nothing to gain from it.
This was the 2-family, or letting her move into Crossman?
This was the 2-family. You're saying, don't do it. Separate. She's got to be out of your house. She's not gonna get better because you live next door. And we walked out of there, and that isn't what we wanted to hear. And Daddy said, how can we abandon her? She needs somebody to take care of her. Can't send her out alone. My father was still working then. They didn't have enough money for him not to work. And if he didn't work, that wouldn't have helped either. So, we started looking for 2-family houses.
How'd you get as far north as Stoneham? That's
well, Daddy worked in Everett.
But Everett's far from Stoneham.
No, it isn't.
It isn't?
No. It's sure closer than Dorchester to Everett.
Really? I guess I don't know where Everett is.
How about Everett, Revere?
It's far away.
No, well, it isn't. mean, it's not as close as, let's say, Concord and Maynard, but so we started to look at the suburbs north of Boston.
And how did you find that particular house? Just an ad?
Yeah, we went, we looked in Stoneham because we knew the Gelfans. And so we said, well, we know somebody in Stoneham, let's, see what that has to offer. And we saw this two-family house and turned it down.
Oh, really?
Turned it down. And looked, at others in Wakefield and wherever around. And I don't know how long after, maybe a month, 6 weeks later, I had a dream about the two-family house on William Street. I woke up with a clear message that that house belonged to me. I needed to have that house. I said, oh, did I blow it? We turned it down.
But it was still available?
I called Daddy right away. I said, I had a dream. We got to get that house.
This is 1955?
50, yeah. 55.
How much did the house cost?
16.9.
Ay, ay, ay.
We probably could have got it for less the first time around. But when you call up as saying, I want it, the price goes up.
Yes.
Nevertheless, we took it in spite of the fact that my father said, no, don't, this, that, and the other thing. And we said, no, we're going to go for it. We're going to go for it.
Did you collect rent from your parents?
No. Oh, wait a minute, did we? Yes, we did. We did. I lied. We did collect rent, but not full rent. We also didn't have money for the down payment, you see.
Where did it come from?
My parents.
Where did they have it from?
Well, my mother, over the years, my father was not the saver, ever. I don't think my father ever saved so much as 10 pennies. But my mother managed to sock away a few dollars here and there. And we needed a $3,000 down payment. And they came up with it. It was my mother's money. And did we ask them for it or not? I don't remember exactly how it went. Someplace at some time they were paying a small sum for rent. I don't remember whether that was at the very beginning or whether sometime after that we asked for rent. I think maybe sometime after we asked my father if he would be willing to pay some rent on it. And the sum, the amount of $50 sounds familiar in my memory.
Mm-hmm. Was that house ever a one-family
Yes.
house? What a grand house that must have been.
It was, as I understand it, the caretaker's house.
For the golf course?
For whatever that was.
Oh my.
And it wasn't grand. You see, the kitchens were added on. Bubby's kitchen was a new kitchen.
What do you mean? I assume that wall wasn't there, right?
Right.
between your kitchen and her kitchen.
Right.
Originally, so there was one sink.
But that wasn't what I'm saying is. Do you remember the living room on Crossman Street? Our living room
No.
on Crossman Street.
Don't remember at all.
You don't remember? Oh, that's too bad. Well, there was a closet at one end of the living room that was at one time where the wood stove and the chimney for that stove plugged into. That was the house that we moved in was not the original shape or form of the house. The dining area, you don't remember the house.
Which one, Crossman or?
Oh no, did I say Crossman?
Yes.
I meant William Street.
Okay, now ask the question.
Okay, do you remember the living room on William Street?
Of course.
Okay. Remember the closet in the corner?
Yes.
Okay. That closet was not always a closet.
Uh-huh.
In fact, it wasn't a very big closet when it was a closet.
Right.
There was a hole in that wall
Uh-huh.
at one time for the stovepipe.
Yes.
Okay. The dining area
Yes. Was added on.
added on,
Dining,
right?
yeah.
Okay. And I think the bathroom
Was an add-on.
was an add-on.
I don't think it was an add-on structurally. I think it was a partition and plumbing was put in.
Maybe so. Maybe so. But the Donalfos really laid out the space in that house and
Quite
added
nicely.
on, yes, quite nicely.
Wasn't it Grams who built the shed, the original shed though?
Yes.
Because that wasn't, I don't think that was part. when we
No,
moved
it
in.
wasn't. He put the shed out there for storage because there was no outside
Garage.
access to the basement. You couldn't get to the cellar
Right.
from the outside of the house,
That's right. That's right.
which was one of the things that Grandpa pointed out would be a liability in owning that house.
And then he built a smaller shed years later, the lower one.
I forgot.
Towards his house, from the side of the
Okay,
shed, yeah.
okay,
Under
yeah.
the bathroom window.
Okay, yeah.
I remember the construction of that.
Mm.
What was life like on William Street?
Again,
You're
it
so wrapped up
probably
with your mother's
would have
illness.
been terrific. My mother hadn't been sick. You see, there is no part of my life that was ever free of that.
Mother.
Huh?
From your mother until
Yeah.
about 5 years ago.
Yeah. I mean, like forever. Forever. You see, the anger is coming up again, you know, and I get mad all over again. So, I'll tell you, when Ethel says to me, she's mad at Phyllis for moving down, Ethel, she has no idea, because she's an only child, and so she sees it differently too. Her experience is so different. And, you know, some of her anger is the same as some of mine, only she doesn't know that. However...
Well, you were an only child for quite a while, too.
That's right. That's right. I was. And not only was I an only child, I was one of those, you know, martyrs who said, well, that's my job. That's my role. I'm the daughter. If the daughter won't do it, why should I expect the daughter-in-laws to do it? You see, going from woman to woman, absolving males from that role and responsibility. I won't do that anymore. I can tell you. What was I loved Stoneham. It enriched my life. I mean, it was so good. The temple, the people, the friendships, the Harveys. You'd have to look long and far and wide to find better neighbors than the Harveys.
Were the Harveys there when you moved in?
Yes. Yes.
How long had they been there?
I don't know. Maybe
that was a big
couple
house too, you know?
The Harveys' house?
Yeah.
Neither house is really all that big.
Well, it's shrunken over the years as I've gotten taller.
Well, yeah, for little people and from coming from an apartment, houses tend to look bigger. What was big was the land space, and not so much in feet as just that feeling of openness.
Yes. Yes. There were no houses behind.
Yeah.
This is field in.
Yeah. And that wonderful newness of owning your own house and the sense of freedom and autonomy that kind of gets experienced in a very special way the first time you own your own house. After that, you begin to get a little jaded and authoritarian about it, you see. And for me and Daddy, it was a kick because his parents never owned their own house. In my lifetime, my parents had never owned their own house. And we thought that was just...
So you were kind of a pioneer.
Yeah. Shirley and Ben did own the house that they lived in when Ben died. Did they? No, they didn't. They rented. They rented that house, that apartment. But Shirley then bought the house that Margie and Mark live in now, and that she and the children lived in.
Margie lives in the house she grew up in?
Yeah, except in the down. No, she's upstairs now. Yes, she lives in the house. Mm-hmm.
I don't know. Could be a bit much for me.
Yeah. It isn't a bit much for Margie, though.
Yeah.
And that's part of the personality of that family.
What kind of a friendship did you have with the Harveys?
Wonderful. Close, but very conscious of limits. There was, and I think we were both very good neighbors. We respected each other's privacy, but weren't put off by an overwhelming sense of privacy, so that we restricted ourselves from really sharing and having fun together and being available to each other, and being concerned about the kids, and all of that, and acknowledging that there were differences between us, all of which were fine. Those differences were not flaws or liabilities. They were just differences, and they were respected. But we always had, even on Crossman Street, our relationship with our neighbors was terrific. And we hung out on summer nights and carried on outside on the stoop in ways that you wouldn't believe.
This is Crossman Street?
On Crossman Street. I mean, just amazing. We literally have summer nighttime parties outside on the stoop, spur of the moment, costume parties, crazy, spontaneous, carrying on hot summer nights after the kids were in bed. Just wonderful stuff, because nobody could afford to go out for recreation. I mean, if you went to a movie, nobody ate out in a restaurant except maybe a Chinese meal once in a while, or a corned beef sandwich at a deli. But you wouldn't go out to dinner. Were you crazy? That
too expensive, you mean?
Oh yeah, too expensive, and but
The move across to Arnold Road. What precipitated it?
A need to get away from my mother and the availability of a brand new house within walking distance of my mother. You see, it was just,
yes,
I could be there in 5 minutes flat on foot.
That's right.
And really be separate. I wouldn't have to hear the footsteps anymore. I wouldn't.
How long had you thought of it before you went looking?
I don't know, except, economics entered into it as well.
And Dad got a promotion?
I guess that was part.
That's
yeah, I
how
think
we
part of
perceived
it.
it.
Yeah, I think it had to do with that Daddy got a promotion, and let's look and see what there is available, and maybe we could have a little bigger house. But really the motivation was, oh, good, could I have it separate from my mother and father?
Did it help the situation when you moved in?
Yeah.
Did you like that house?
I liked the house. It lacked something. I'm not sure what it was. I don't know. I guess I would call it character, but a new house never has character anyway.
Mm-hmm.
It's a hard quality to build in. It can be done, but and some of what went into the finishing of that house was really me and Daddy.
The kitchen, those kind of cabinets.
Yeah,
the way it came
yeah,
out.
and the bathrooms. We did those, but what went wrong really was, if we're going to, as the move goes, the neighbors were just awful. I couldn't believe that, 5 minutes away around the corner, I mean, it was in the same place practically, that the human environment could be so dreadful.
It's funny, you think of it as being so possible in New York from block to block, but even in Stoneham.
And I'm sure that's true here too. I bet that's true from neighborhood to neighborhood.
Sure, 5 houses down.
I mean, there's no sense of neighborhood around here. If you go a half a mile up, you'd think that was a special little community on some little cul-de-sac. It's amazing.
Yes.
And it has to do with the chemistry of the neighbors. It certainly doesn't have to do with the geographic location. And
Partly.
And the chemistry of this neighborhood was not one that was either accepting of me, nor did I want to accept it. I wanted to deny it a lot, and I thought I'd work very hard at it. The only place that I found any comfort in that neighborhood was that Italian family across the street. You know, the older couple with the boy?
Oh, yes.
And she used to do all my sewing for me.
Yes.
That lovely, lovely woman and her husband, who were really too old to be parents, but they were trying.
DeSantis?
No. It was a longer name than that. At any rate, you know, you look to the right of you and you look to the left of you, and then the cropping up of that whole development behind us overnight really, I guess, made me feel terribly boxed in. There was no space. There was no space.
Yeah, the Corbett's, both houses were very close.
And one of the families that moved in back there, and they only lived there a little while, and I don't even remember their name now. I mean, they were lovely. It was a young family, and she and I hit it off wonderfully well. She was the one that gave me the pictures, those wonderful composition pictures of fruits, you know, the banana peel on the ear of corn, and the green peas coming out of the eggshell.
Yes. Yes.
But I think for however it happened, the worst of the stereotypical negative Christian whatever, and I'm wanting to say Catholic, and I may be right. I think they were almost all Catholic. And something went amiss on that street. I remember calling Father Butler and saying, you know, there's something terrible going on over here. I said, you know, this little 5-year-old kid has just come running into the house, Andy, wanting to know what a Christ killer is. Tell me what's not going on in your church.
Father Butler, was he Catholic?
Oh, yeah.
Well, I guess
He
if
sure
his
wasn't
father is-
Episcopalian, I'll tell you. Oh, that was a dear, sweet man. He was mortified. And it probably is one of the best things that ever happened to us.
What's that? Our
Yeah, because that propelled us out of Stoneham, and we needed to be propelled out of Stoneham.
I see.
There was change and ferment taking place in our lives, and that and the school situation, you know, all of that, which we chose to get involved with and which we chose to try to bring about change. We were changing and it was not. And we needed to move on out.
Yeah, and I guess less than a year, 9 months after your mother died, you moved to Concord. Your mother died, she died in December 70? It was in the winter, I remember.
My father died in the winter.
Oh.
I think my mother died in April. I think. It's just amazing, no matter how much I say, this time I'm going to remember the dates. I don't remember the dates.
But it wasn't long.
Probably not.
Because, I mean...
And that was a piece of freedom, too, you see. I was unencumbered for the first
That's what I meant,
time.
yeah. That plus the fact that I left home in...
Not yet. You didn't leave home till...
Yeah, I mean...
Yeah. And Lee was getting married. Yeah, a lot. I mean, there were changes. Incredible. And now, after a great deal of struggle, even here in Concord, with ourselves individually, with ourselves as a couple, with Andy as a little boy, and his adolescence and pre-adolescence, all of which was terribly difficult, because Concord was a hard place to get to belong to. We didn't fit. We didn't fit for a lot of years. And I wouldn't give it up now. It is so sweet and delicious, and it is all that I want it to be. For me, it has for me all that I want and need. In an incomplete way, you see, but the opportunity for change and growth is not an isolated effort anymore. It's like my community is changing. It's not just I who am changing, and that's really nice. There is nothing like feeling that you're part of something, while at the same time being able to acknowledge some individuality and some uniqueness. And that may plug into what I refer to with Andy's need to be part of the mainstream. Because whatever his sense of being different was so uncomfortable, and was the complete, or the wholeness of being able to get both of those in some sort of balance where you belong and you're special and you're different, and it's okay. And maybe it's especially okay.
It's been quite a long road to this resting place, this home.
Yes.
It's quite an achievement. Here's Dad. Howdy.
Hi there.